Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna.
Shesha
Krishna सारसिरमणि केवलानंद कंदन भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विशासकनि भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विशासक हरि विषय छाड़िया विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोल हरि हरि विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोल हरि हरि परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सावयावता सारसिरमणि केवलानंद कंद अरे सावयावता सारसिरमणि केवलानंद कंद परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौरचंद्र finish दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी कब कृपा बोले दया अगो सीतापति अद्वैत दासई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य गई दया करो श्रीयाचार्य श्रीनिवा रमा चंद्र संग मागे दया करो प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कर मने तुम्हें बिना के दयाल जगत नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रतिते परम् अलक्ष्य सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् माया जवनिकाच्छन्या मज्ञाधोक्षजमव्ययम् न लक्ष्यसे मूढदृश्याम् नटो नाट्यधर यथा तथा परमहंसानां मुनीनाम् अमलात्मनां तथा परमहंसानां मुनीनाम् अमलात्मनां भक्तियोग विधानार्थं कथं पश्येम स्त्रियं नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याज्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः नमः पंकजनाभाय नमः पंकजमालिने नमः पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रये नमस्ते पुरुषं त्याज्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् यथा ऋषिकेशं खलेन देवकी कंसेन रुद्ध्याति चिरं सुचार्तितां विमोचिता हंच सहात्मजा विभो तयैव नाथेन मोहो विपद्गणाम् विषाणमहाग्ने पुरुषाददर्शन विषाणमहाग्ने पुरुषाददर्शनम् असत्सभाया वनवासकृच्छतम् निधेनेकमहारथास्ततो मृधेनेकमहारथास्ततो द्रोणस्त्रतोश्चास्म हरेभिरक्षिता मृधेनेकमहारथास्ततो द्रोणस्त्रतोश्चास्म हरेभिरक्षिता नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् विपदास्सन्तु तासस्य तत्र तत्र जगद्गुरु भवतद्दर्शनज्ञ स्यात् अपुनर्भवदर्शनम् जन्मैषज्जसुतस्त्रीभिः रेधमानमदापुमान् नैवार्हताभिभातुं वै कामकिञ्चन गोचरम् नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिर्नमस्कृतं नमो किञ्चन वित्ताय निर्विद्या गुणवित्तये आत्मारामाय शान्ताय कैवल्यपतये नमः। नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् मन्येतां कालमीशानम् अनादिनिधनं विभुम् समं चरन्तं सर्वस्य भूतानां जन्मिथः कलिः न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितं न वेद कश्चिद् भगवं चिकीर्षितं तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनम् तवेहमानस्य नृणां विडम्बनं न यस्य कश्चित् दयितोऽस्ति कर्हिषि देशश्च यस्मिन् विषमामतीर्नृणाम् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् न यस्य कर्तुरात्मनः जन्मी शिशुर्जादशु तदत्यन्तविडम्बनम् जन्म कर्म च विश्यात्मन् न यस्य कर्तुरात्मनः शिशुजादशु तदत्यन्तविडम्बनम् नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् गोप्या ददेतैः कृतगासिदाम तावन् जाते दशासु कनिलान् जनसम्भ्रमाख्यम् गोप्या ददेतैः कृतगात् भयभावनया स्थितस्य सामाय विमोहयति प्रपीतद्विहेति वक्त्रं निमीय भयभावनया स्थितस्य सामां विमोहयति प्रपीतद्विहेति नमस्ते पुरुषाद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् नमस्ते पुरुषं चाद्यं नमस्ते पुरुषत्याद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्य सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् केचिदाहुरजं जातं पुण्यश्लोकसकीर्तये यदा प्रियशान्नवाये मलयसेव चन्दनम् केचिदाहुरजं जातं पुण्यश्लोकसकीर्तये यदो प्रियशान्नवाये मलयसेव चन्दनम् अपरे वसुदेवस्य देवक्यां जाचितो भगात् अजस्तमस्य क्षीमाय बधाय च सुरद्विषाम् भारावतरणायन्नि भुवो नाभुवो दधौ क्षीरन्त्या भूरिभारेण जातोयात्मा भूयार्थितम् भवेस्मिन् क्लिश्यमानानाम् अविद्या कामकर्मभिः श्रवणस्मरणार्हाणि करिष्यन्निति केचन नमस्ते पुरुषत्याद्यम् ईश्वरं प्रकृते परम् अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानाम् अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितम् चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति गिनन्तभीक्ष्णसा चिन्नन्ति गायन्ति गिनन्तभीक्ष्णसा स्मरन्ति नन्दन्ति तवेहितं जनाः तयेव पश्यन्तचिरेण तावकं भवप्रवाहो परमं पदाम्बुजम् तयेव पश्यन्तचिरेण तावकं भवप्रवाहो परमं पदाम्बुजम् अपादनस्तं सकिते हितप्रभो जिहासशीषि स्वेदोनुजीविना येषां न चान्यं भवतः पदाम्बुजात् परायणं राजसूयोदितां हसम् अपाद्यनस्तं सकिते हितप्रभो जिहासशीषि सुहृदोनुजीविना येषां न चान्यं भवतो पदाम्बुजात् परायणं राजसूयोदितां हसम् केवलं नामरूपाभ्यां यदुभिः सह पाण्डवा भवतो दर्शनं ज्योतिषि ऋषिकाणां निवेशितो नेयं सविष्यते तत्र यथेदानीं गदाधरम् तत्पादैरङ्किता भाति सलक्षणा विलक्षते इमे जनपदा स्मृध्यां सुपक्वौषधिभिरुधां वनाद्रि नद्दुदुन्नन्तं सीदन्ते तव वीक्षितम् अथो विशेष विश्वात्मन् विश्वामुत्ते सकेश में स्नेहोपासमिमां सिद्धि वीरं पाण्डुषु वृष्णिषु तयि मे नन्ना विषया मधुर्मधुपते सखी रतिमोद्वहता दध्या गंगो वौ गामुदन्नति श्री कृष्ण कृष्ण सखा कृष्ण भावनिध्रु ग्राजन्नवंश दहना नपवर्गबीजं गोविंदं गोदिजसुरार्थिया हरावतार योगेश्वराखिल गुरु भगवन् नमस्ते श्री कृष्ण कृष्ण सखा कृष्ण भावनिध्रु ग्राजन्नवंश दहना नपवर्गबीजं गोविंद गोदिजसुरार्थी हरावतार योगेश्वर अखिल गुणो भगवन् नमस्ते नमस्ते पुरुषं ताद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपकुमाराय गोविंदाय नमो नमः नमो पंकजनाभाय नमः पंकजमालिने नमः पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रे नमो पंकजनाभाय नमः पंकजमालिने नमो पंकजनेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांघ्रे नमस्ते पुरुषस्याद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं नमस्ते पुरुषस्ताद्यं ईश्वरं प्रकृते परं अलक्ष्यं सर्वभूतानां अन्तर्बहिरवस्थितं
Amen.
শিবসদি গৌর গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরে হরে বলিতে নয়নে মমেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে মমেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে মমেনি আর কবে নিতাই চাঁদ করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে আর কবে নিতাই চাঁদ করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে মমেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকশরী হরি হরি বলিতে নয়নে মমেনি আর কবে নিতাই চাঁদ করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে, কবে নিতাই করুণা করিবে, সংসার বাসনাময় কবে তুচ্ছ হবে। বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন, বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে কবে হম ফের শ্রী বৃন্দাবন, বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন, কবে হম হেরব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন। বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন, কবে হম হেরব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন। বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে শুদ্ধ হবে মন, কবে হম হেরব শ্রী বৃন্দাবন। রূপ নাথ পদে ওই বেয়াকুতি, কবে হম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি। রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে ওই বেয়াকুতি, কবে হম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি। রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে রঘুনাথ পদে হইবে আকুতি, কবে হম বুঝব সে যুগল প্রীতি। রূপ রঘুনাথ পদে कबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति रूप रघुनाथ पदे व्याकुति कबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति रूप रघुनाथ पदे कबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति गौरांग बलिते हबे पुलकचरी हरि हरि बलिते ना यने भाबिनी गौरांग बलिते हबे पुलकचरी हरि हरि बलिते ना यने भाबिनी आर कबे निताई करुणा करिबे संसार वासनामय कबे तुच्छ हबे आर कबे निताई कबे निताई करुणा करिबे संसार वासनामय कबे तुच्छ हबे विषय छाड़िया कबे विषय छाड़िया कबे शुद्ध हबे मन कबे हम हेरब श्री वृंदावन रघुनाथ पदे व्याकुति कबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति रूप रघुनाथ पदे व्याकुति कबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति विषय छाड़िया कबे विषय छाड़िया कबे शुद्ध हबे मन कबे हम बुझब से जुगल प्रीति গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকেশ্বরী হরি হরি বলিতে না অয়নে ববে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে আর কবে নিতাই চান করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনা কবে তুচ্ছ হবে আর কবে নিতাই চান করুণা করিবে সংসার বাসনা কবে তুচ্ছ হবে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া কবে গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে পুলকেশ্বরী হরি হরি বলিতে না জনে ববেনি গৌরাঙ্গ বলিতে হবে Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Bala Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Bala Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Bala Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. এই নাম গায় গোরাচন্দ মধুর সদে नाम गाए गोरा चांद मधुर सारे हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे এই নাম গায়ে গোরা চাঁদ মধুর সারে এই নাম গায়ে গোরা চাঁদ মধুর সারে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम राम हरे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण
Oh
Hare प्रेमाधान हरि नाम पाइया राधा कृष्ण भजिया जानिया सुनिया विष खाइन जानिया सुनिया विष खाइन আমি জেনে শুনে বিকেছি হরি হরি বিফলে জন্ম ব্রজনন্দনা জয় যতি সূত্র হইল সেই ব্রজনন্দনা জয় যতি সূত্র হইল সেই বলরাম হইল নিতাই বলরাম হইল নিতাই পাপি তাপি যত ছিল হরি নামে উদ্ধারিল তার সখী জগাইয়া ধাই পাপি তাপি যত ছিল হরি নামে উদ্ধারিল তার সখী জগাইয়া ধাই তার সখী জগাইয়া ধাই হরি হরি বিফলে জন্ম
Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagan Baldeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bhagavad Gita as it is ki jai. Thank you, Mataji. So today we are reading from chapter 7 of Bhagavad Gita as it is, verse number 16. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Chapter 7, verse 16. Chaturvidha bhajante mam jana sukritino arjuna arto jidnyasu artharthi jnani cha bharatarshabha. Chaturvidha bhajante mam janaha sukritino arjuna arto jidnyasu artharthi jnani cha bharatarshabha. Chaturvidha bhajante mam janaha sukritino arjuna arto jidnyasu artharthi jnani cha bharatarshabha. Word to word meaning. Chaturvidha, four kinds of. Bhajante, render services. Mam, unto me. Janaha, persons. Sukrutinaha, those who are pious. Arjuna, O Arjuna. Artaha, the distressed. Jidnyasaha, the inquisitive. Artharthi, one who desires material gain. Jnani, one who knows things as they are. Cha, also. Bharatarshabha, O great one amongst the descendants of Bharata. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Translation. O best among the Bharatas, four kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Purport. Unlike the miscreants, these are adherents of the regulative principles of the scriptures. And they are called Sukrutinaha, or those who obey the rules and regulations of scriptures, the moral and social laws, and are more or less devoted to the Supreme Lord. Out of these, there are four classes of men: those who are sometimes distressed, those who are in need of money, those who are sometimes inquisitive, and those who are sometimes searching after knowledge of the absolute truth. These persons come to the Supreme Lord for devotional service under different conditions. These are not pure devotees because they have some aspiration to fulfill in exchange for devotional service. Pure devotional service is without aspiration and without desire for material profit. The Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, 1st canto, 1st chapter, 11th verse, defines pure devotional service thus: Anyabhilashita shunyam jnana karmadi anavrutam anukulyena krishnanushilanam bhaktiruttama. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai. Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Maiya ki jai. Gaur Nitai ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord, Krishna, favorably and without desire for material profit or gain, through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. When these four kinds of persons come to the Supreme Lord for devotional service and are completely purified by the association of a pure devotee, they also become pure devotees. As far as the miscreants are concerned, for them devotional service is very difficult because their lives are selfish irregular and without spiritual goals. But even some of them, by chance, when they come in contact with a pure devotee, also become pure devotees. Those who are always busy with fruitive activities come to the Lord in material distress, and at that time associate with pure devotees and become in their distress devotees of the Lord. Those who are simply frustrated also come sometimes to associate with the pure devotees and become inquisitive to know about God. Similarly, when the dry philosophers are frustrated in every field of knowledge, they sometimes want to learn of God, and they come to the Supreme Lord to render devotional service, and thus transcend knowledge of the impersonal Brahman and the localized Paramatma, and come to the personal conception of Godhead by the grace of the Supreme Lord or his pure devotee. On the whole, when the distressed, the inquisitive, the seekers of knowledge, and those who are in need of money are free from all material desires, and when they fully understand that material remuneration has nothing to do with spiritual improvement, they become pure devotees. As long as such a purified stage is not attained, devotees in transcendental service to the Lord are tainted with fruitive activities, the search for mundane knowledge, etc. So, one has to transcend all this before one can come to the stage of pure devotional service. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasa Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Praying at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada that may I speak few words for the pleasure of the devotees and their lordships and for my own purification. So now we are in the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is knowledge of the Absolute. So till now in this chapter we have seen that Krishna has explained that how we can see him, how we can perceive him at various places. He says that in previous verses he has said he is the strength of the strong, balam balavatam chaham, he is the taste of water, he is the thread, just like the thread binds all the pearls. Similarly, he is the cause of the and maintenance of this entire cosmic manifestation. So, and just before in the 15th verse, Krishna has given us the understanding of who are those 4 kinds of people who never comes to him. Those are called as dushkrutinaha. He says there are 4 categories of people who never approach him. And who are those 4 categories? Those who are foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature. These 4 categories of people, they will never ever approach the Supreme Lord. So naturally the question arises that if these 4 categories never approach the Supreme Lord, who are the people who are those devotees who actually approach the Supreme Lord? So that's what today's verse is about. In today's verse, Krishna says that there are 4 categories of people again who approach me as in Krishna. Krishna is saying that there are 4 categories of people who come to me. And who are those 4 categories of people? The distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for the knowledge of Absolute. That is Jnani. So, in the Shastra, for let's see in our scriptures what are the examples for each one of these. For the distressed, we find in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 8th canto, we see that we have the pastime of Gajendra. Gajendra, who is the king of the elephants, he was enjoying in the river with his family, and and suddenly a crocodile caught his leg, and for 1,000 years there was a fight going on between Gajendra and crocodile. So he was in a great distress. Like, just imagine, 1,000 years there was a fight going on between a crocodile and an elephant. So he was in great distress, and in that distress he called out to the Supreme Lord. So that's the example of distress. Like in Kali Yuga, we see especially all of the people are distressed. Because in Bhagavatam it is said, Prayena alpayusha sabhya kalau asmin yuge janaha mandah sumanda matayo manda bhagya yupadruta. That people in Kali Yuga are full of distress, they are unfortunate, and they are always suffering. They are suffering by the 3 modes of material nature. They are suffering by Adidaivik, Adhyatmik and Adibhautik sufferings. They are suffering because of birth, old age, disease and death. And ultimately, majority of people in Kali Yuga are distressed because there is no Krishna in their lives. That is the reason for their distress. Because they are not Krishna conscious. That is the root cause of their distress. But now these people who are distressed and those who have some sukruti from their previous life, when they get into depression or when they get distressed, they don't commit suicide. They come to the Supreme Lord. When they get distressed, they come to the Supreme Lord and ask for help. So even these type of people who are distressed, Krishna is considering them to be pious. Krishna is considering them to be sukrutinaha. Now, second category of people who come to him are those who are inquisitive. For inquisitive, we have example in our Shastra for Maharaj, that is Maharaj Parikshit. Now, Maharaj Parikshit, who is the grandson of Arjuna and the son of Abhimanyu, he came to know that he has only 7 days to live. So at that time he didn't got scared of death. He took shelter of the banks of Ganga and he started listening Srimad Bhagavatam from the mouth of Shukadev Goswami. He started listening Bhagavatam and he was very inquisitive. Therefore we find in Srimad Bhagavatam that Maharaj Parikshit is continuously asking various questions to Shukadev Goswami. And we come to know that through inquisitiveness, he has become a devotee. He's already a devotee, but he intensified his devotion when he came to know that he is about to die. And out of his inquisitiveness, he heard Srimad Bhagavatam from Shukadev Goswami. So these are the second category of people who are inquisitive. They come to the Supreme Lord to know, who am I, who is God, and what is my relationship with God? What are God's activities? Why am I suffering in this world? All these questions, when a person is inquisitive, he comes to the Supreme Lord to seek answers to all these questions. And Maharaj Parikshit is a perfect example for this particular category. Now comes the third category. The third category of people are those people who are jnanis, those who are searching for knowledge. Now, the example for these can be given as Shukdev Goswami himself, because he took the knowledge of the Bhagavatam from his father Vyasadev. So he is a jnani. And the fourth category of people who come to Krishna are the ones who are desire of wealth. That is, they have material desires. And majority of people in Kali Yuga come to Krishna for this reason. Because they have some desire, or at least I talk about myself. Right from my childhood, I went to God mostly because I had some material desires. So mostly people in Kali Yuga, they come to God or Krishna only to ask for some material desires or wealth. And classic example is from the Bhagavatam is that of Dhruva. Dhruva wanted a kingdom greater than his great-grandfather. He wanted a kingdom greater than Lord Brahma. And therefore he did lot of austerities and lot of tapasya. And therefore Supreme Lord was pleased with him. And he was given the kingdom for 36,000 years. So in this way we find there are 4 categories of people who approach the Supreme Lord. But as we saw in the purport, Srila Prabhupada is saying that yes, these 4 categories of people are certainly very pious, but they are not pure devotees in the beginning. But eventually, when they come in contact with pure devotees, they become pure devotees. All these pious people, as soon as they come in contact with pure devotees, they also become pure devotees. And what is the definition of pure devotional service? As Prabhupada rightly says in the purport, is that Anya bhilashita shunyam jnana karmadi anavrutam anukulyena krishna anushilanam bhaktiruttama. That when one performs devotional service without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation, that is called pure devotional service, which means devotional service which is not motivated by any material desires. A devotee performs devotional service only for the pleasure of Radha and Krishna. That is pure devotional service. Now these 4 categories of people, when they get in contact with pure devotees, as Prabhupada rightly says in the purport, they also become pure devotees. And again, a classic example of this is again Dhruva Maharaj. In short, I would like to tell the story of Dhruva today because this is connected to the purport that we are reading. Dhruva Maharaj was the son of Maharaj Uttanpad. And he was once sitting on his lap. And on the other lap, his stepbrother. So Maharaj Uttanpad had 2 wives, Suruchi and Suniti. And Dhruva was the son of Suruchi. And he had another son from Suniti, and his name was Uttam. So once upon a time, Uttam and Dhruva both were sitting on the laps of Maharaj Uttanpad. And Dhruva's stepmother, Suniti, she didn't appreciate that. She felt insecure that Dhruva is sitting on the lap of his father, and she immediately pushed Dhruva down from his lap, and she said that if you want to sit on the lap of your father, you should take birth from my womb. If you take birth from my womb, then you are qualified to sit on the lap of your father. And it was very hurting for Dhruva to listen to these words. So then Dhruva goes to his mother, Suruchi, and he asks for advice. And then Suruchi says that you should worship Lord Vishnu. You should do austerity, worship Lord Vishnu and please him, and ask whatever desires you want. So now Dhruva had this desire that he wanted a kingdom greater than the kingdom of his grandfather. He wanted a kingdom greater than that of Brahma. So now Dhruva left his home and he was on the way to the forest, and in between he met a pure devotee, that is Narad Muni. Like Srila Prabhupada says in this purport, that when these type of people who have material desires, when they meet pure devotee, then even these devotees, these pious people also become pure devotees. So as soon as our Dhruva met Narad Muni gave him instruction and gave him a mantra to chant. He gave him a mantra, you please chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And long story short, Dhruva then went to the forest, did really hard austerities, and finally he got the darshan of the Supreme Lord. For 6 months he did austerities, and finally Supreme Lord Vishnu appeared in front of him. And as soon as Vishnu appeared, and as soon as he got the darshan of Vishnu, he was enlightened. He was enlightened with knowledge, and he started offering prayers. And one of the prayers that he offered was, Sthana bhilashi tapasi stitoham tvam praptavan deva munindra guhyam kachan vichinvan apidivya ratnam swamin kritarthosmi varam nayache. He says, my dear Lord, with desire to get kingdom greater than that of Brahma, I did lot of austerities. But now I realize that I was actually desiring for the broken pieces of glass. And now I have got a pearl in the form of your darshan. Now I don't desire for anything else. So in the beginning he had material desires. But by the association of pure devotee like Narada Muni, and by chanting the holy names of Krishna, he became purified. He became a pure devotee. He didn't have any material desires. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada says in the purport that association of pure devotee can change our life. For all of us, I am pretty sure that only when devotees told us about Krishna consciousness, we became devotees. Before that, we were not devotees, but only by devotees association, somehow we are able to advance in our Krishna consciousness. And not just that, Srila Prabhupada in the purport is also saying that even miscreants, even dushkrutinas that we saw in our previous 15th verse, even they can become pure devotees by association of a pure devotee. And classic example of this is our Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada came to New York in 1965, and in 1966 he did a kirtan at Tompkins Square Park, where so many hippies, just by associating with Prabhupada, just by associating with the pure transcendental sound vibration, that Prabhupada, the sound of the holy name that Prabhupada was singing, all of their heart got transformed. So all of those hippies, those who used to break all the 4 regulative principles, now they became pure devotees just by the association of a pure devotee like His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. So even another example can be given is that of Jagai and Madhai from Chaitanya Charitamrita. Jagai and Madhai were 2 gundas, if I say, or 2 miscreants who used to break all the 4 regulative principles, used to thief, who used to stole, and who used to break all the rules, all the regulations. But when they got the association of Lord Nityananda, they became pure devotees. They became Jagadananda and Madhavananda. So therefore, in summary, I would like to say for this particular verse is, no matter who we are, we may have material desires or we may not have material desires. In the Bhagavatam it is said, Akama sarva kamo va moksha kama udaradhi tivrena bhakti yogena yajeta purusham param. That we may have material desires or we may not have material desires. We may desire for liberation or we may not desire for liberation. But our only aim or should be to intensify our bhajan towards the Supreme Lord Shri Krishna. So yes, such these four kinds of pious people, they are certainly very pious who comes to the Supreme Lord. And when they get the association of pure devotees, even they can become pure devotees. So I would like to stop here. Thank you so very much. If there are any questions, comments, improvements, I would be very happy to know that. You want to say anything, Prabhu? So the question is, if I understand it correctly, Prabhuji, that we want to know who is a pure devotee, but at the same time, we should not judge devotees. So how do we do that? Yes, we generally don't judge devotees, but we, as far as Shastra is concerned, like how do we know who is a pure devotee? In the Shastra it is said, I am forgetting, but this verse comes in Chaitanya Charitamrit. It is said that a symptoms of pure devotee is given. Shantir avyartha kalaktam, viraktir mana shunyata, asha baddha samutkanta, namagane sadaruchi. He is Shantir, he is always peaceful. He is avyartha kalatvam. He is, he never wastes time. Avyartha kala shantir, avyartha kalaktam, viraktir. He is a renunciant. He is not attached to anything. He is viraktir. He is mana shunyata. He has no desire for respect. He is asha baddha. He is always very hopeful. He is samutkantha, namagane sadaruchi. He always has utkantha for chanting the holy names of Krishna. So if we see such a person, then we should understand that he is a pure devotee. And as far as judging other devotees is concerned, we should not judge others. And in our mind, we should know, like in Nectar of Instruction, Rupa Goswami has given us 3 types of devotees whom we should deal with. Like the one who is a neophyte, we should respect in our heart. One who is madhyam, or one who is initiated, we should offer obeisances. And one who is uttam adhikari, or one who is a sannyasi, we should give our prostrated complete full dandavat. We should serve him to the best we can. So in this way, in our heart, just so that we are not judging them, but because we want to know who is a pure devotee for our own protection, so that our bhakti is protected, we in our mind, we just have these distinctions in our mind, but we are not judging them, and we are not like, or we don't have the, our intention is more important. With what intention are we doing what we are doing? So, right. Right. Yes. Right. Exactly. And also, as far as judging or fault finding in others is concerned, yeah, we have to be very careful with that. As Prabhuji, you said, very rightly said, that we should not be a fault finding, or we should not have this mentality to judge others. So certainly that is very true, because if we start seeing faults in others, a day comes in our life that those faults come in us, and we start committing those same faults. So we should. Exactly. Exactly, Prabhuji. Yes, very nice points. So we should be very careful of not judging others and not finding. We can pray for them. If we see faults, we can pray for them. And we know, like, just so that we are protected, we may not associate with them. But at the same time, we don't criticize them and we don't judge them on the basis of what they are doing. Because we may not know the intentions. We may see some actions, but we don't know with what intention that action is being performed. I would like to tell you one story, just a short story. His Grace Chaitanya Charan Prabhu, he tells this story about mango halwa. So once His Grace Chaitanya Charan Prabhu, he went to, he returned to the temple, he returned to the Chowpatty temple in Mumbai after some program. And Chaitanya Charan Prabhu, he was very hungry, so he sat down with a plate of prasad. And the only item that was missing in his plate was mango halwa. He didn't get mango halwa. And he felt like that he wanted that halwa, like and that was the only thing that was missing in his plate. And so he saw another devotee. Now that devotee, the other devotee that Chaitanya Charan Prabhu saw, he was already done with his feast. He was already done with his dinner. But he was still going to everyone and he was still asking that, Prabhu, do you have an extra mango halwa? Do you have extra mango halwa? He was asking this to everyone. And Chaitanya Charan Prabhu thought that he has already done his dinner. Why is he still asking everyone? I am the one here, I have not got, I was the last one to take prasad, so mango halwa was finished. I didn't get it. And he has already done eating and he's still asking. Why is he asking? And finally, after searching for a long time, some devotee gave him, take this mango halwa. You are asking for such a long time, take this. Then this devotee said that, Prabhuji, he took the halwa. Then he said, Prabhuji, actually this halwa I am not asking for myself. I am asking this halwa for Chaitanya Charan Prabhu because he didn't get it. So I am just asking halwa from everyone just so that I can give it to him. So I was actually giving it to him. So now Prabhuji said that I was judging him based on the actions that he was doing. But I didn't know with what intention that he was doing it. So sometimes it happens, we judge someone based on actions, but we don't know with what intention that devotee is doing what he or she is doing. So, and even if, let's say, Prabhuji, we know their actions are wrong, their intentions are also wrong. We know that for sure. But still, as per what I have heard, we should let go. Because I feel Krishna consciousness is a progressive path. Like we slowly, everyone is advancing in Krishna consciousness. So, yeah, Krishna will purify them. We can pray for them. If we see something, some fault or some actions which they are doing wrong, we can pray for them and we can pray to Radha Kalachandji. So that's what I would like to say, Prabhuji. Does that help answer your question, Prabhuji? Okay, Hare Krishna. Thank you, dear devotees. Thank you for your association. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bhagavad Gita as it is ki jai. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Ananta koti vaishnavrinda ki jai. Krishna Prabhuji.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th Canto, 3rd Chapter, verses 22 through 25, given by His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Gurudev, recorded on December 13th, 1979, in Sri Sri Radhakalachandji Dham in Dallas, Texas.
Etavaniva lokesmin Pumsam dharma parasmita Bhakti yogo bhagavati Tam nama grahanarivi. Translation. Devotional service, beginning with the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, is the ultimate religious principle for the living entity in the human society.
Om Ajnanatamahannasya Jananjana Salakaya Chaksu Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. So Yamaraj is here instructing his disciples, the Yamaduta, what is the ultimate religious principle for the humanity at large. Savai pung sabhala dharmo yato bhaktir dahoksajay ahoitukiya pratihata yatma suprashidate. The Srimad Bhagavatam confirms that the ultimate principle is pure, unalloyed, unconditional devotional service to Vasudeva Krishna. We have to test the effectiveness of our service to Krishna by how much Krishna is satisfied. Pure service means to please Krishna. And Krishna becomes pleased when the devotee is willing to sacrifice for him. Therefore, there are so many tests placed before a devotee to see how the devotee is anxious for serving the Lord. Just like the gopis, they had to pass the test that normally for a girl, she has to follow the instructions of her husband. But the gopis were tested how much attached they were to Krishna, that they even had to give up the house of their husband, leave their screaming babies. The milk was boiling on the stove, and still they ran out to be with Krishna. Similarly, stop that girl from talking in that deity room. Similarly, Bali Maharaj was tested for his attachment to Vamandev, in that he had to give up the spiritual master. He had a family guru. So, because this family guru advised him to be greedy and not to fulfill the order of Vishnu, he rejected him. So this is Mahajan. Mahajan means who has no other business but to serve Krishna. Mahajana yena gata sapanta. So we have to follow in the footsteps of such Mahajans. So, the Mahajans, here Yamaraj is one of these 12 Mahajans. They have been described. Sayambur Narada Shambhu Kumara Kapilo Manu Pralado Janako Bhishmo Balir Vayashakir Vayam. Lord Brahma, Narad Muni, Lord Shiva, the 4 Kumaras, Lord Kapila, the son of Devahuti, Swayambhuva Manu, Prahlad Maharaj, Janaka Maharaj, Grandfather Bhishma, Bali Maharaj, Sukadev Goswami, and Yamaraj. These are the 12 Mahajans. So their instructions and their example has to be followed. Acharya means one who teaches by example. So, they state, here Yamaraj is stating, that the ultimate religious principle begins with chanting of the holy name. Devotional service, bhakti yoga, is a ninefold process. So the first four, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, this is called Bhagavad Vidhi. And the balance five are Panchamatriki Vidhi, which are described by Sri Narad Muni. So, Bhagavad Vidhi is especially very much important. Therefore, just like in the assembly of the sages gathered to hear Srila Sukadeva Goswami speak, this is Bhagavad Vidhi. Especially hearing and chanting is going on. So, we especially recommend that hearing and chanting process. Therefore, sometimes we just recommend Guru Gauranga worship, which means to chant and dance, chant Hare Krishna and dance before the deity of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because in this day and age, it is very difficult to perform all of the other functions very strictly. Here, Ajamil was able to overcome all kinds of sinful activity simply by chanting Narayan, Krishna's name. So, Pancharatriki Vidhi has so many rules and regulations, deity worship. So, therefore, Bhagavad Vidhi is actually most highly recommended. But, because there's a tendency for the mind to become not so pure, there's a tendency that the devotee is immature. Therefore, this Pancharatriki Vidhi will cleanse his mind. Deity worship will cleanse his mind. And for the neophytes, they cannot fully appreciate the chanting of the holy name. They cannot see how simply chanting the holy name is sufficient. They think that there has to be some more show. So for those who want more show, especially, this is a good way of preaching very opulent deity worship and temple worship. This attracts people. It's like Prabhupada said that in India, if we simply sing and dance, people will not take us seriously. Therefore we have to construct some gorgeous temple. Then they will believe. By show of physical opulence, they will believe. But we can see that practically. Of course, people in America already have more physical opulence. But still, they judge something or some success or sincerity of someone by show of physical opulence. In fact, it is stated that in the Kali Yuga, one of the symptoms of Kali Yuga is that poverty will be considered a sign of irreligion. If a man is poor, he'll be considered irreligious. So, both processes, therefore, are advised as being necessary for pushing forward one's own Krishna consciousness as well as the Krishna consciousness movement. So, hearing and chanting the holy name, Shravanam Kirtanam. So this Kirtanam doesn't only mean Krishna's name, it also means Krishna's form, to worship the form of the Lord, to chant about Krishna's pastimes. That is also considered the same as chanting the holy name. Of course, this does not mean that we are simply absorbed in some pastime and not in another pastime. Sometimes people feel in the neophyte stage that I only want to hear of one pastime of Krishna or one set of pastimes. No. One should hear all of the narrations of the glories of Krishna. The Sahaja community, they're always trying to see Krishna's example, but they don't want to hear Krishna's instruction. Just like Prabhupada explains that when he was with his Guru Maharaj in 1934, there was a big parikrama of Vrindavan. So his Guru Maharaj gave a series of lectures in Radhakund. So while he was lecturing there, the Sahaja community, there's a large community of devotees, semi-devotees or pseudo-devotees, who are very fond of hearing about Krishna's dealings with the gopis. So his Guru Maharaj was speaking, instead of pastimes, he was especially speaking the instructions of Krishna from Bhagavad Gita. So they took no interest. So then he said that his Guru Maharaj said that these people are not living in Radhakund, they are living in Narakund, they are living in hell. Because unless one properly understands Krishna's instructions, how will he be able to appreciate the pastimes of the Lord? Therefore, these pastimes are very carefully placed in the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. 10th canto is said to be the face of the Lord. So when we approach the deity, we first see his lotus feet, and then gradually we move our eyes upwards, gradually coming to the lotus face of the Lord. So similarly, in order to understand the confidential pastimes of Krishna, we cannot immediately go to the 10th canto. We have to proceed very steadily and regularly through the first 9 cantos of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Then we will be able to understand Krishna properly in all respects. So it is not very difficult to understand Krishna if one takes the process properly. But one has to hear about Krishna from authorized personalities. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving very careful warning that one should be very cautious never to hear from the impersonalist schools. The impersonalists, they cannot understand the personal form of the Lord. They instead replace Krishna, or they think of Krishna's body as being material. They accept that Krishna is God, but they say that his form is like any one of us. Therefore, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, then avajananti man mudha manushintanamashita. He calls these people fools and rascals because they do not understand the transcendental nature of Krishna's appearance. Krishna's form is eternal. Krishna's appearance is eternal. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains that when someone becomes completely pure from the performance of devotional service, then at that point he is transferred to a place where Krishna's appearance is being manifested and his pastimes are taking place. Just like here, when Krishna is transferred from his birthplace to the house of Nanda Maharaj, at that point, somewhere else in another universe, Krishna is again being born. In other words, Krishna's Janmashtami celebration, his birth celebration, that is going on eternally, Nitya Lila. Just like somewhere it is always 5 o'clock. When it is 5 o'clock here, then it is 5:01 here, then somewhere else it's still 5 o'clock. And then again, later on it's 5:02 here, 5:01, somewhere else it's 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock is always going on. Similarly, each of Krishna's activities is eternally being manifested. So, this is not ordinary activities. The Mayavadis or the impersonalists, they think that this is all mundane activity. You see. Similarly, they think that the activities of devotees are mundane. They cannot understand the transcendental quality of devotional service. They think that devotional service is a material affair, but it is not material, because there is only one purpose behind this activity, and that is for the pleasure of Krishna. On the other hand, their activities are mundane, because their purpose is for their own liberation. They have personal desire. They're not free, they're not ahoy tukiya pratihata. Their actions are not undeterred, and they're not causeless or unconditional. Therefore you'll find that the Mayavadis, they have these 5 types of worship. At first they worship Goddess Durga. Their idea, however, is to appreciate the power of material nature. So they worship goddess Durga. Then after that they worship Surya, the sun god, which is also very powerful. And in other words, they develop a consciousness like this. Not that they worship the persons, but first they try to appreciate the power of nature, then the power of the sun. Then they expand their consciousness to the power of numbers of people, Ganesh. And then from that point they go on to the Lord Shiva worship, which they consider worship of the soul. Worship of the soul means consciousness of soul consciousness. And then expanding that to the point of Vishnu, which is all expansive consciousness. And thus, at that point, they're always addressing each other as Narayan, Narayan. So, this type of Vishnu worship that they do is impersonal. They don't consider Vishnu as the supreme personality of Godhead. They consider it like a form of consciousness, of all expansive, all-pervading consciousness. So this is not our method. When we chant Krishna's name, we have to understand that Krishna is personally present dancing on our tongue. When we worship the deity of Krishna, we have to understand that the deity is personally present. Krishna is personally present. In fact, when we hear, chant, remember, in any aspect whatsoever, Krishna is always present. Just like Mother Sachi Devi, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mother, whenever she offered prasadam, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally was present and took prasadam. Whenever Nityananda Prabhu was leading kirtan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was personally present dancing. So the Lord is present wherever his devotee is thinking of him, speaking about him, hearing about him, remembering him. All of these activities are none different than Krishna himself. So a devotee is never out of contact with Krishna in his personal form. And such a condition leaves him completely satisfied. So, we find therefore that it is stated in the following verse that because they are bewildered by the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yajnavalkya, Jaimini, and other compilers of religious scriptures cannot know the secret confidential religious system of the 12 Mahajans. They cannot understand the transcendental value of performing devotional service or chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, because their minds are attracted by the ritualistic ceremonies mentioned in the Vedas, especially the Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Rigveda. Their intelligence has become dull. Thus they are busy collecting the ingredients for ritualistic ceremonies that yield only temporary benefits, such as elevation to Swargaloka for material happiness. They are not attracted to the Sankirtan movement. Instead, they are interested in Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. So, materialistic persons, as we have explained many times, they're attached to the flowery language of the Vedas, Triguna Vishaya Veda, Nishtrigunya Bhavarjuna. The Vedas are simply mainly made up of the recommendations which will satisfy one who has material desires. One who is materialistic, he'll find out different recommendations in the Vedas for the satisfaction of his material desires. So, we have to go beyond that. Dharma projita kaitra vrodra paramo nirmat saranam satam. This Srimad Bhagavatam doesn't deal with this type of materialistic glorification. Rather, it deals with the transcendental glories of Krishna. So our process is not like this. And Krishna cannot be understood by such persons. Persons who are materialistic, who are studying the Vedas for material, temporary benefits, they'll never understand God. God is beyond the modes of material nature, and He is inaccessible to such persons. Vedesha durlabham adurlabham atmavakto govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. It's explained in Brahma Samhita that he's not accessible to the Vedic instructions, but rather he's available to pure, unalloyed devotees. So Krishna is always within the heart of his devotees, and the devotees are always within the heart of the Lord, and they're always bound together by this pact of unalloyed devotion to each other. Krishna says that for one who has given up everything for me, how can I neglect him for even one moment? Therefore we should always feel ourselves to be completely protected and guided by the Lord. Just to prove the power of devotional service, which begins with chanting, this narration of Ajamil is given, that even though he was not practically even calling out to God, even though he was so sinful, simply because he once chanted the holy name, and then even not very perfectly, because he was in a coma. His bodily functions were dislocated. He could hardly even utter the name properly. Still, he was delivered from all sinful reactions simply by once chanting the holy name. In this regard, the commentator of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sridhar Swami, gives very many nice quotations to prove the efficacy of chanting. He says, Shayam pratar grinam bhaktya dukkha gramad vimuchite. If one always chants the holy name of the Lord with great devotion in the evening and in the morning, one can become free from all material miseries. Because if it was possible for Ajamil, who was able to only chant once at the time of death like this, and if he was committing so many sinful activities, and he got deliverance, then what to speak of one who chants in the morning and the evening very faithfully, following the regulative principles? We should not think that because Ajamil broke the regulative principles, so now that we may also break the regulative principles and still chant. Because Ajamil did not chant on the strength of, he did not sin on the strength of chanting. He did not think that now I'm chanting so I'm protected, let me sin. He was innocent in that regard. He was not offending the holy name. One has to learn to abide by all the rules and regulations and become offenseless in his approach to the holy name. Sridhar Swami further says that Shravanam Kirtanam Dhyananam Harerd Adbhuta Karnamanaha Janma Karma Gunanam Cha Tat Arte Kila Chestitam. One should always chant and hear about the extraordinarily wonderful activities of the Lord. One should meditate upon these activities, and one should endeavor to please the Lord. Then he quotes from the Puranas, Papak Shayas Chabhavati Smaratam Tam Ardharanisham. One can become free from all sinful reactions simply by remembering the lotus feet of the Lord day and night, Aharnisham. Tasmat Sankirtanam Vishnur Jagan Mangalam Anghasham Mahatam Apikoravya Vidhi Aikantiki Niskritam. All these quotations prove that one who constantly engages in chanting and hearing of the holy names, activities, fame, and form of the Lord is liberated. As stated wonderfully in this verse, Etavatalam Aganirharanaya Pungsham. Simply by uttering the name of the Lord, one is freed from all sinful reaction. So, this is actually, therefore, the topmost regulative principle or way of satisfying Krishna, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. So our Krishna consciousness movement is based upon this principle of chanting the holy name of God. Everyone should become very much inspired by this narration of Ajamil, that we have committed so many sinful activities in our past life, and perhaps even unknowingly we are committing some sinful activity now. But simply by chanting the holy name of the Lord with faith and devotion, our hearts will become completely cleansed, and we will become fully qualified to return back to home, back to Godhead. So, are there any questions? religion doesn't show he's irreligious. But in this age, people are so materialistic that they will think that if someone is poor, then he must not be blessed by God. So he's irreligious. People will take the sign of religiousness or God's mercy to be whether you have money or not. That's why they pray to God, give me this, give me that. And if God doesn't give them this or that, then they say God doesn't exist. In other words, God means money. If you have money, you're godly. If you don't, then you're ungodly. That's how it is becoming. There are some religions that are based on this principle. Some popular religions of the day are based on that principle of money. They say that the more prosperous you are materially, the more elevated you become in the kingdom of God. That's the basic principle of their religion. Other priests, they simply preach that just see, God gave me this, God gave me that, and He can do the same for you if you follow me. So they're equating mercy of God with how much money they have. Therefore, for such people, poverty is considered a sign of God's displeasure, of irreligion. You understand? Another question? Huh? After what? Take them back to Godhead. No. There was an interim period already, in the sense that after he saw the Vishnu Dutas, he went to Haridwar to practice pure devotional service there. And after doing this, he was personally taken back to Vaikuntha.
So Gurudev, you were mentioning the differentiation between the Bhagavad Vidhi and the Panchachiki Vidhi. How can we understand you explaining how one should be self-satisfied by performing these processes of chanting, etc.? What's the difference between one being self-satisfied and wanting to spread Krishna consciousness?
Now that's the sign of self-satisfaction. When the self is satisfied, self-satisfied means that I have no more material desires, that I'm simply satisfied with serving the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And the activity which is most pleasing to the Supreme Lord and which automatically is felt by a devotee is the spreading of Krishna consciousness to others who are not so fortunate. So self-satisfaction doesn't mean complacency. It means that my material desires are no more, and I only have the desire to serve my Guru Maharaj and serve Krishna.
So self-satisfied devotee may be very displeased that Krishna consciousness is not going on.
Yes, just like Prahlad Maharaj. He said, for myself, I'm quite happy, but I'm very much disturbed to see the fallen condition of the people in general. Other questions? So time to greet the deities. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Shri Gurudev Ki Jai.
Chaitanya-manubhistam Stapitam jena bhuttale Swayam rupa kadamayam dadati swapandantikam. Last weekend we spoke to you about dovetailing or utilizing everything for Krishna. If you recall, I asked one lady how she would help her child to be Krishna conscious, and she gave some answer. So I promised that this weekend I would be asking for each of you to tell me how you can make your lives Krishna conscious, what you could do within your own home, family, or other situation to connect it with Krishna. So I want to hear some questions. I said to you, you please ask me some questions about your own personal situation and how we can make it Krishna conscious. As I anticipated, no one would raise their hand. Do you understand my question? I'm asking how, in your own lives, you can connect your lives with Krishna. No one will ask a question or give a suggestion? Yes.
Well, the way I deposit my money in the bank to get a high interest, I will deposit my good samskara in my child to get high yield of samskara from them.
You are saying that just as a person will deposit money in the bank to get a high interest rate, but so far I know these days the banks do not give a high interest rate. So there is a problem with your analogy. Because if you give this example, someone may say, well, if serving Lord Krishna is going to give as low a yield as the banks are giving, then I had better do some other type of seva. But I think that your meaning is quite all right. The idea is that just like your own example is very nice, for those of you who do not know, you can introduce yourself.
Mahesha.
Perhaps you do not know him yet, but we know him very well. Because whatever relief we get from the cool weather in this temple room is due to Mahesh. He is responsible for all the air conditioning in our community, in our temple and halls, because his business is air conditioning. So he feels that he can utilize his skill in Krishna's service. Now each one of you has some ability, I think, just as Mahesh does. So you should think how to utilize that service for Krishna. In the 18th chapter of the Gita, you can hear what Krishna says about this. Here. Yata pravitir bhutanam yena sarvamidam tatam svakarmana tam abhyacharya siddhim vindati manava. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. You're supposed to use your own work in worshipping the Lord. Just like Arjuna. What is Arjuna's work? He's a Kshatriya. He's a fighter. Did he use his fighting skill in Krishna's service? Yes or no? Yes. Did Krishna tell Arjuna, don't be a fighter, be a Brahmin? No. Why not? Because Krishna says in the next sloka, Shreyan sadharma viguna paradharmat svanustitat sabhava niyatam karma kurvan apnoti kilbisam. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Now we will ask this question. If Arjuna does the work of a Brahmin, is it right, or should he do his job as a Kshatriya? Kshatriya, right? He's Kshatriya. Now, so Mahesh is an air conditioning man, and he does air conditioning work. So should he do the work of the puja in the temple?
No. Yes.
There seems to be a difference of opinion here.
A Vaishnava may do anything.
Ah, what, Mahesh?
Should a fisherman quit his business and do puja instead of fishing?
Oh, now we will take this up one by one, because a number of interesting points have been raised. Mahesh has also asked, first Gadadhar Prabhu has said that he can do the puja also, because the puja is the activity not only of a Brahmin but a Vaishnava. And a Vaishnava is above all of the varnas and ashramas. His designation is beyond those. But Mahesh we will speak on that. But Mahesh has also said, what about a fisherman? Should a fisherman give up his fishing business and also do puja? So let us take each point separately. First of all, we have to understand what is the difference between a Vipra, a Brahmin, and a Vaishnava. A Vipra, what? What does a Vipra mean? A learned man. So what is the definition of learning? To know the difference between what? Spirit and matter. That is, a person can be called a Vipra. So a learned Brahmin can be called a Vipra. And that is a Brahmin. A Brahmin who is very learned will know what? What is Brahman? And when he knows exactly all the details about Brahman, that means that there is the Para Brahman and Apara Brahman, the Supreme Brahman and the subordinate Brahman. There is Krishna and the soul, and the relationship between the two is Seva. The soul, the Jivatma serves the Supreme Atma, that is Vaishnava. A Vaishnava is transcendental to all the categories. A Brahmin is one who is in Satagun. Satagun means the mode of goodness. Kshatriyas are in the mode of passion. Vaishyas are in the modes, mixed modes. Especially, it is said, passion and ignorance. And Shudras are in the mode of ignorance. But what about a Vaishnava? Is a Vaishnava in the mode of goodness? No. He's Suddha Sattvic. Suddha Sattva. Vishuddha Sattva means pure goodness. And as such, a Vaishnava may do any activity if it is for Krishna. What is the example? A Vaishnava will not mind sweeping Krishna's floor. A Vaishnava will not mind doing any activity if Krishna requires it. He may look after the cows. He may manage a temple. He may teach a course. Now, in the Vaishnava Dharma, we try to judge a person's nature or inclination and engage him accordingly. But if there is a need, he can do it. He can do it. Now, there's another point. The dharmas which we are doing generally, that we generally do in our worldly activities, are something different than Nava-bhakti. Nava-bhakti means Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Padasevanam, Vandanam, Archanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmanivedanam. Archanam is one of these. Worship of the deities is one of the 9 processes of pure devotional service. They are all spiritual and eternal and transcendental. Whereas the other dharmas, Brahmin Dharma, Kshatriya Dharma, Vaishya Dharma, Shudra Dharma, the Dharma means the duties or activities of a intellectual, of a administrator, of a merchant or farmer, or of a worker. These are temporary duties. They last as long as our body lasts. But whatever kind of body you get, you are meant to do hearing, chanting, remembering, serving the lotus feet, offering prayers, bowing down, offering friendship or service, offering friendship, and finally surrendering everything. These are eternal activities irrespective of whichever ashram or varna you are in. Whether you are a grihastha, or a brahmachari, or a sannyasi, or a vanaprastha, are you told to chant Hare Krishna? Yes. Whether you are a Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Sudra, should you chant Hare Krishna? Yes. So this archanam is meant for especially those who are twice born. Srila Prabhupada, now there are many ways of understanding twice born. I will say it in a different way. The Vedic literatures are very, very broad and large, and they give many instructions. I think it would be very hard for anyone sitting here to read all the Vedas. In every age, throughout history, God sends great persons who are called acharyas. Now the word acharya has three different meanings. One means he who teaches by an example, by his example. In that sense, we can all be acharyas. We are meant to teach not only by word, but by action. So we can all be acharyas in that sense. We should try to be acharya. Yat yat acharati shresttas. Bhagavad Gita says to show by example. Then second acharya means someone who is an initiating guru or a teacher. He can be called acharya. But there's a third meaning which is very rare. And it means the head of an entire sampradaya. A person who comes rarely in history, and by his actions and teachings, he establishes religion for a very long period of time. We have to understand Srila Prabhupada's position in this meaning of acharya. That he took the essence of the Vedas. What is the cream of the Vedas? Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is described as the cream of the Vedic literature. The Vedas are like milk. Milk sustains life. Now you can live. A baby lives simply by drinking milk. So the best part of the milk, or the richest part of the milk, is the cream of the milk. So if the Vedas are like the milk, Srimad Bhagavatam is the cream of the Vedas. The best and thickest and sweetest part. Srila Prabhupada understood very well. He was sent by Krishna to establish the Vedic culture for the modern world. His job was not simply a small job. We should not think of Prabhupada as one or typical of many different sadhus, etc. His position is unique. Prabhupada personally told me that his books would be considered the spiritual law books for the duration of this age of Kali. He told me this. He said, these books, you will see, the history will see that these books will be regarded as law books. And now already it is happening. In our ISKCON society, at least, when we have to settle any point of contention, the only solution is to consult Prabhupada's books. That's the one source that everyone in ISKCON will accept as the authority. Now ISKCON will gradually increase in importance. Prabhupada told us that as this age progresses, the other religions will gradually prove incapable of purifying their followers. Whether it's the teachings or the followers not following the teachings, but gradually other religions, he said, will diminish in their importance. He was not discrediting them by saying so. He was not speaking ill of them. He was saying that their followers will stop following. And he said, gradually there will be one religion in the world, and it will be this Krishna consciousness. Now you can say fanatical, you can say it was fanatical. I don't find that Prabhupada was fanatical. I think it was prophetic. Prophetic means prophecy. His point was very simple, that gradually it will be very hard to follow all the small little rules and regulations of rituals. So what will be followed in the Vedas will be the practices which have been established here as you see them in the Krishna consciousness movement. So why am I saying all of this? To make a point. Who can do puja? Because that was my original point. Prabhupada gave a system of initiation. The first initiation he gave Harinam. Now, his Guru Maharaj also did this. And his Guru's Guru did this. But when they gave Harinam, it was not done in a formal way. It was done less formally. The disciple would come and they would give. But Prabhupada arranged a yagna. And so many other things. Why? To make it an actual ritual in which the participant would feel something big is happening. My life is changing. I'm entering into a new life. Why is it necessary? Because previously people were more advanced. When they came to a guru, when he gave them the mala, the japa beads, the chanting beads, and he gave them the harinam, they knew what it meant. Now, if you do it in such a simple way, people will take it seriously. So Prabhupada created a whole system. And he called this first initiation. And he said a person should chant for a minimum of 1 year. He said 6 months. In fact, sometimes he gave it immediately. But he told us not to do that. Because we could, hey, what happened? I'm going to, don't worry, don't cry. You want to go to your mata? You want to go to your mata? Jupiter? Okay, go ahead. There he is, over there. So, that was first initiation. Prabhupada said, it will not be possible for us to imitate what was done formally by him. We had to have people wait for 1 year. After the first initiation, Harinam. Now why did Prabhupada make them chant for 1 year before giving initiation? What was the reason? What do you think was the reason? Gadadhar Prabhu says they might change their mind. The Guru may change his mind also. He may say, this person is not very serious. Yeah, actually you're right. Because in the first year, the disciple, the person who is expecting to get the first initiation, he has 1 year to see, to test himself, to see if he can keep the determined vow that I must chant 16 malas every day. Now this is the next thing. On our japa beads, we have 108 beads. And you must chant the full mantra on each bead. And all the way around. It takes somewhere between 6 or 7 and 10 minutes, depending upon your practice. This is called 1 mala. And 16 malas will take from, say, 1 hour and 45 minutes to 2.5 hours. So this has to be done every day. But when Prabhupada began, what did his Guru Maharaj instruct? 64 malas. 8 hours a day of chanting. When Prabhupada first came to America, he said 64 malas. Nobody could do it. Then finally, Prabhupada said, all right, 32 malas. You're expecting so many people. The ocean is, I'm going to get inundated. Ah, very good. Then Prabhupada said, all right, 32 malas. Still they could not do it. Then finally he said 16 malas. 1-6. And that's all, not less. No, he never said not more. But he said not less. Sometimes he said not more, but generally 16 malas. Now, then you may say, that was possible, now we may have to reduce it. We can't do that. Why? Because we're not acharyas. Only an acharya can do this. Only an acharya can judge, for the sake of the whole world, how they can become free from pap or sin. We don't have such a deep vision that we can make such a statement. So then, after 1 year, the Guru should have judged the disciple. The disciple should have judged the Guru. then initiation can take place. Then another year should go by. And if the disciple has proven himself or herself to be very steady in their seva, in their service, then they can get second initiation. What is the second initiation? Gayatri Mantra. Brahmin, Prabhupada called it Brahmin initiation. Has nothing to do with birth. It has to do with spiritual birth. Not this janma. But it has to do with spiritual birth. If you have got your first Harinam initiation, if you are done steady seva for 1 year, then you can become a Brahmin. And when you become a Brahmin, then you can do puja. That comes to the point of the fisherman. Will a Brahmin do the business of a fisherman? No. Why? What is wrong with fishing? Yes, you have to kill the fish. Now, human beings have intelligence. What is the purpose of human intelligence? To understand God. Is the proper use of human intelligence to figure out how to catch a fish? No. This is a misuse of intelligence. So such a person is not really a Brahmin. If he has, supposing he invents I saw something. What was it? Kite fishing, I think. Something like that. They have invented, you sail a kite. And from the kite, this man invented a kite that you drop down thousands of hooks. And that way you can send a kite all the way out in the ocean. And then so many hooks are dropped into the water, and then they can catch many fish. Now you can say that man is very intelligent. But is that the intelligence of a Brahmin? No. But that is the point. So you can see there are many great scientists in the world. Powerful scientists. They invent, a cure for some difficult disease to cure. They get a Nobel Prize. They invent the atom bomb. They get a Nobel Prize. But is that the intelligence of a Brahmin? The intelligence of a Brahmin is to understand Brahman, to understand spirit, not to simply be an intelligent atheist. So one who is a Vaishnava, what kind of intelligence does he have? The best intelligence. He's the best of the Brahmanas. Because a Brahmin may know the difference between spirit and matter, but he may not know who is the Supreme Spirit. I have met so many Brahmins in India. Some of them can even recite most of the Gita or large sections of the Vedas. But still they have not come to the final conclusion, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. They're not Vaishnavas, some of them. Not all, I say some. It is not a guarantee that a Brahmin is automatically a Vaishnava. But a Vaishnava is automatically a Brahmin. Because a Vaishnava must have all good qualities. Otherwise it can't be a Vaishnava. So what are we teaching in Krishna consciousness? Vaishnava Dharma. Vaishnava Dharma. Not just Vedic Dharma. Because Vedic Dharma may also be how to worship Surya Dev for good health, how to worship Ganapati for wealth, or Saraswati for knowledge. You may be a very big material. Who are some of the best Vedic followers? Name some of them. Ravana, Hiranyakasipu. You know how good Ravan was, a very big follower. Ravan was a very big follower of the Vedas. Shishupal. These were big followers. Jarasandha, they were big followers of the Vedas. They did yagnas all the time. They were very learned and knowledgeable. But they were not at all Vaishnavas. So just to follow Vedas in itself is not our goal. Krishna says to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, don't become confused by the flowery words of the Vedas. Traigunya Vishaya Veda, Nistraigunya Bhavarjuna. You have to rise above the three modes of nature, which are most of what is mentioned in the Vedas are for the three gunas. For those in the mode of goodness, do this. For those in the mode of passion, worship this demigod. For those in the mode of ignorance, worship goddess Kali. So many different Vedic instructions are there for those in the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. And what does Krishna say? Nistraigunya Bhavarjuna. Get above these three gunas. Come to the transcendental platform of devotion to God. This is called Vaishnava Dharma. This tilak, it symbolizes one who is Vaishnava. And there are 4 Vaishnava Sampradayas. You see? Brahma Sampradaya. This Brahma Sampradaya, Rudra Sampradaya, Shri Sampradaya, and Kumar Sampradaya. We are in Brahma Sampradaya. This line that we are coming in ISKCON is in the Brahma, Madhva, Gaudiya Sampradaya. Brahma means Lord Brahma. Krishna spoke to Brahma. Tainhe Brahma Hridaya Adi Kavaye. Krishna instructed Brahma into the heart, his heart. Then the next verse, Brahma, Madhva. Actually the line is from Brahma, Krishna to Brahma. Brahma to Sri Narad. Narad Muni to Vyasa. And Vyasa to Madhva, Madhvacharya. A great acharya in the line of this line. And then it came through so many followers of Madhvacharya, and finally to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, Brahma, Madhva, Gaudiya. Gaudiya means Lord Chaitanya's followers. And this is our sampradaya. One who has no sampradaya is lost. You cannot understand what is Vaishnava Dharma unless you understand through a sampradaya. Otherwise, you'll get a hodgepodge of so many different ideas. You see? So that won't do. We have to hear from the acharyas as the knowledge has come down. As Krishna says to Arjuna, that this knowledge, evam padam pada, praptamimam rajashyo vidu. It came down in the parampara system. Guru to disciple, to his disciple, to his disciple, to his disciple, and down and down and down until it comes into our hands today. So, the system of puja that we are doing here, of worship, actually you should all do it. Most of you are grihastas, and this worship is especially recommended for grihastas. Now you may say, I'm doing it in my home. But then you must do it according to a certain system. You should come here and learn what is the system we are following. Actually, it is very good if you can all worship Radha Kalachandji. This is not, it is not that we want to have a monopoly on the worship. All of you should one day get your first initiation, and then get second initiation, and then on Saturdays or Sundays, as is convenient to you, you come and you can do the Arti ceremony. Then Sukhananda will no longer be called Sukhananda. He will become unhappy because you will have taken his place. But actually he'll be very happy. He'll be very happy. He wants that. You see? And Radha Kalachandji will be very happy. They've been standing there very patiently waiting for all of you. You see? They're all waiting. They're saying, here are my children. They have been coming for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. They're watching you growing up, 10 years, 15 years. Now they're wondering, what happened? Are they going to come forward now? Or are they going to remain like young children? Radha Kalachandji, very patient. You see how many nice clothes they put on just to attract you? They're doing their best. They're working so hard to attract you. But they're all saying, these people are very hard nuts to crack. Very difficult to crack these nuts. But I think that no one can defeat Krishna. Isn't it true? He's Ajita. He's undefeated. So you're fighting a losing battle. You see? He's already hooked you, and you're coming here every Sunday, and it is only a question of time until you will be doing the arti. It is only a question of time. So, when I first met the devotees of Krishna, you see, my friend said to me, let's join now. I said, not yet. Give me a little more time. He said, how much time do you want? I said, give me 3 or 4 months to think about it. He said, but what are you going to do? What is your final decision? I said, I want to join, I will join, but I want a little bit more time. He said, are you sure you're going to join? I said, surely. He said, then why waste time? If it's sure that you're going to join, you might as well do it now. So actually, if you are convinced that really Radha Kalachandji is the Supreme Lord, and it would be wonderful to worship Him. What are you waiting for? Why not hasten the process? Soon I will do it. You know what the saying is? Trust no future, no matter how, bright it may seem. One time we were driving with Srila Prabhupada, and we were looking for a temple in San Francisco, and he said, "Oh, look at that place, it says for rent." I said, "Prabhupada, I'll come back later on and get the number." He said, "No, stop the car and go and get the phone number now." Then he said, "Whatever is auspicious, do it at once." So I think that to love Krishna, to worship Krishna, is the most auspicious thing, isn't it? Now no one is saying yes. Yes, so then do it at once. Then you should do it at once. Why hesitate? Why wait? You're saying, "Well, I'll do it later." Who knows what will happen later? Who can say in this world? Is there anything that we can say? Certainly nothing is sure anymore. Right? The biggest things, everything is changing. But this is something that doesn't change. Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji. So beautiful. And they're waiting for you to do service. If you like to see them, if you find that during the arti it is so nice to see them, can you imagine how nice it is to stand there and personally do the arti? Can you imagine how nice it will be to go and dress Radha Kalachandji sometime? On a Sunday morning, you husbands, wives, you can come together. You bring your children here, we'll look after your children, and you get qualified and you go and worship the deity on the altar. Such a nice thing to do. So much better than sitting at home and reading a Sunday newspaper, or watching a television show, or sleeping in bed until 11 o'clock, or whatever you may be doing, mowing the lawn, I don't know. So, we should come forward now. Sukhananda is waiting. Radha Kalachandji, Gaurnitai, Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra Devi are waiting. This is called Labor Day weekend, right? This weekend is especially dedicated to Lord Krishna. Because what is our labor meant for? For hymns, for serving Krishna, right? So actually the whole city of Dallas should have been here today. But they have misunderstood what the meaning of Labor Day is. Who are they working for? They're working for what? Themselves, their own enjoyment. But actually, what does Krishna say? The work is meant for him. Yajna karma. Yajnartha kamana yatra loko yam karma bandhana tat artham karma kundeya mukta sangha samachara. Work has to be done as an offering to me. Otherwise, your work will bind you into this material world. So this is Labor Day. This is the day in which people are binding themselves more strongly. They celebrate. Great. Our bonds to this world are so strongly tied this year. We have succeeded in tying 365 knots, pulling it tighter and tighter. We are sure to be born again in this material world. Let us celebrate that fact. Actually, this is the thing. But we are saying this is what kind of Yajna Karma Day. Work for Krishna. Sacrifice for Krishna. Yajna Karma. Karma that is made pure by sacrificing it for Krishna's pleasure. This is devotional service. Bhakti Yoga. This is Krishna consciousness. So we'll stop here. And we will now begin the Arti ceremony. Are you all ready? And will you all chant during the Arti? You are all becoming such good devotees. I'm sure Radha Kalachandji will bless all of you more and more for the rest of the year. Please chant Hare Krishna. If you have not got your japa beads at home, how many people are chanting on japa mala every day? Raise your hands. Okay, it's not bad, but still it could be better. Some of you have not raised your hands. Please go to the gift shop tonight and purchase japa mala. It is not very costly. And at least begin from today onwards to do 1 or 2 malas every day. Here is one question we will answer. Why is it necessary to do japa mala instead of just chanting without counting? Because Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers used japamala. They chanted on japamala. The acharyas have taught to chant on japamala, because chanting on japamala means to take a vow, a vrat. When you say, I'm just chanting all day, it is not sure how many times, less or more. When you chant on japamala, it is counted. I take the vrat, the vow, that I shall chant 1 mala, 2 malas, 5 malas, 10 malas, whatever malas you're chanting. Fulfilling this vow, you make advancement. We don't say that you cannot chant at other times. We don't say that you should only chant on japamala. But you should take a vow and at least fulfill the japamala chanting. Another thing is that chanting on the mala gives your hands something to do while you're concentrating. Mostly I see the people who don't chant on japamala, they say, I'm chanting all the time. But generally they don't sit down for chanting and only chant. They chant when they're driving or when they're talking or walking or thinking. But chanting on the japamala is something different. It is meditation. It is dhyana. You see, it is a form of dhyana or meditation. It is sitting down and fixing the mind on the holy name and hearing the holy name very clearly. And then counting. I have done it this time, this time, this time, again and again and again. And when you do that, it gives the touch. Another thing is, what is the japa beads made from? Tulsi mala. Tulsi mala. So, sadhu sangha. We have to associate with a saintly person. Who is more saintly than Tulsi Devi? And you can personally touch her again and again. And this makes you feel so purified. So there's so much advantage to chanting on japamala. It is very beneficial. Now we will do without the japamala, because this is next thing is that is called japa, and the next thing is kirtan. Kirtan means when we all chant together. And there's something even bigger than kirtan. What is that? Sankirtan. What is Sankirtan? When you go all together into the public and get the public to also chant. That we do on the weekend. You can join us sometime and see what it is like. But for now we're going to do kirtan. How loudly should you chant japa? Very softly. When you're doing japa, it should be soft chanting. What about when you do kirtan? How loud? Very loud. And how sweetly? Very sweetly. So you can chant as loud as your voice remains sweet. Okay? Is that alright? Now everybody's satisfied. We don't want screaming, we want sweet singing. Alright? Hare Krishna. Everyone chant. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Yeah. Sri Sri Radha Kalachan Ji ki. Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Devi ki. Sri Sri Gaur Nitai ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki. Gaur Premanandi Hari 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 Bo. Now we shall request Dhiro Datta Prabhu to lead us in the kirtan. Chaitanya Manubhistam Stapitam Jena Bhuttale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapandantikam. Last weekend we spoke to you about dovetailing or utilizing everything for Krishna. If you recall, I asked one lady how she would help her child to be Krishna conscious. And she gave some answer. So I promised that this weekend I would be asking for each of you to tell me how you can make your lives Krishna conscious. What you could do within your own home, family, or other situation to connect it with Krishna. So I want to hear some questions. I said to you, you please ask me some questions. about your own personal situation and how we can make it Krishna conscious. As I anticipated, no one would raise their hand. Do you understand my question? I'm asking how, in your own lives, you can connect your lives with Krishna. No one will ask a question or give a suggestion? Yes.
Well, the way I deposit my money in the bank to get a high interest, I will deposit my good samskar in my chart to get high yield of samskar from them.
You are saying that just as a person will deposit money in the bank to get a high interest rate, but so far I know these days the banks do not give a high interest rate. So there is a problem with your analogy. Because if you give this example, someone may say, well, if serving Lord Krishna is going to give as low a yield as the banks are giving, then I had better do some other type of seva. But I think that your meaning is quite all right. The idea is that just like your own example is very nice, for those of you who do not know, you can introduce yourself.
Mahesha.
Perhaps you do not know him yet, but we know him very well. Because whatever relief we get from the cool weather in this temple room is due to Mahesh. He is responsible for all the air conditioning in our community, in our temple and halls, because his business is air conditioning. So he feels that he can utilize his skill in Krishna's service. Now each one of you has some ability, I think, just as Mahesh does. So you should think how to utilize that service for Krishna. In the 18th chapter of the Gita, you can hear what Krishna says about this. Here. Yata pravitir bhutanam yena sarvamidam tatam swakarmana tam abhyacharya siddhim vindati manava. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. You're supposed to use your own work in worshipping the Lord. Just like Arjuna. What is Arjuna's work? He's a Kshatriya. He's a fighter. Did he use his fighting skill in Krishna's service? Yes or no? Yes. Did Krishna tell Arjuna, don't be a fighter, be a Brahmin? No. Why not? Because Krishna says in the next sloka, Shreyan sadharma viguna paradharmat svanustitat sabhava niyatam karma kurvan apnoti kilbisam. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Now we will ask this question. If Arjuna does the work of a Brahmin, is it right, or should he do his job as a Kshatriya? Kshatriya, right? He's Kshatriya. Now, so Mahesh is an air conditioning man, and he does air conditioning work. So should he do the work of the puja in the temple? There seems to be a difference of opinion here.
A Vaishnava may do anything.
What, Mahesh?
Should a fisherman quit his business and do puja instead of fishing?
Oh, now we will take this up one by one, because a number of interesting points have been raised. Mahesh has also asked, first Gadadhar Prabhu has said, that he can do the puja also, because the puja is the activity not only of a Brahmin but a Vaishnava. And a Vaishnava is above all of the varnas and ashramas. His designation is beyond those. But Mahesha has, we will speak on that, but Mahesha has also said, what about a fisherman? Should a fisherman give up his fishing business and also do puja? So let us take each point separately. First of all, we have to understand what is the difference between a Vipra, a Brahmin, and a Vaishnava. A Vipra, what? What does a Vipra mean? A learned man. So what is the definition of learning? To know the difference between what? Spirit and matter. That is, a person can be called a Vipra. So a learned Brahmin can be called a Vipra. And that is a Brahmin. A Brahmin who is very learned will know what? What is Brahman? And when he knows exactly all the details about Brahman, that means that there is the Para Brahman and Apara Brahman, the Supreme Brahman and the subordinate Brahman. There is Krishna and the soul, and the relationship between the two is Seva. The soul, the Jivatma serves the Supreme Atma, that is Vaishnava. A Vaishnava is transcendental to all the categories. A Brahmin is one who is in Satagun. Satagun means the mode of goodness. Kshatriyas are in the mode of passion.